Standing Green Protocol. I am Keitan. I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber. Spoiler alert, I don't think I'm going to be getting a whole lot done today. I am still very tired mentally. But I do need to kind of at least get the, stuff going, because I definitely did not do anything last week because I was sick. And I need to make sure I am doing at least something this week, because otherwise I will kind of absolutely lose all sort of momentum. As it stands, momentum is already rock bottom just because of, again, everything that happened last week. And honestly, this week has been mentally kind of straining for me as it stands. So that's definitely kind of a thing. I am hoping that things get better over the course of the next, week or so. But, I don't know. It's all over the place. It's like I'm still getting the dizziness returning sometimes. It actually kind of hit me pretty hard last night, pretty much like right after stream. I didn't get like the horrid nausea though that I got from last week. But I was kind of close to it, and then like I just sat in bed for a bit, and then I got better. But it definitely kind of sucked in terms of like me trying to get some stuff done after stream. Yeah, as I was saying, spoiler alert, I think I'm gonna probably be pivoting after about an hour over to potentially Deep Rock Galactic. I tend to prefer playing DRG when I know that I'm going to have friends on, and it is not a Monday, and a lot of my friends are currently, at like work. Hannah said she might be available, and I don't really feel like bugging Code Kid or in general posting at collab partners in the Discord. I could also bother Domino's and see if he's available for that. But again, I want to kind of like start off by trying to, open the project. Here's the project. It's open. Project open. The project is open. I have already succeeded on that. I've succeeded on opening the project today. That's step one. I just need step two of working on something, even if it's not necessarily going to be a huge marked improvement in anything. But anyways, but this being the first time that I'm actually getting Jack Schmidt streaming on YouTube, starting out with just a demonstration of where we're at so far would be a good idea as well. I mean, granted, I have posted on YouTube about this game at least once. There was the one short that I did that's actually done like surprisingly well. It's gotten about 1,000 views. That being the Quantum Freddy one, the one where I was investigating the issue where the nav mesh agent and character controller were being stuck on at the same time, and then so the character would teleport when they went into that whole line of questioning. And there's an Annie. Yeah. Thank you, Red Pets, Annie. Be back tonight. Meow. Yeah, so that short is just the short of me just like, oh yeah, like I was testing it out, and I was having them do the having the melee character do the leap attack and testing that out, and because we had fixed some logic with it, and then I was just like, oh yeah, look at that, it's working, and then they just suddenly disappear because of the nav mesh bug, and then I was just like, what? And that short did good. But, it's hard for me to find, like, clippable moments when I'm working on a game that I can kind of share out like that. Always kind of difficult to get that out there. I wonder, did I ever post the, because I think I have an old clip on Twitch of, you know, we first implemented a ranged enemy and they did not have a proper cooldown set on their ranged attack, and they just spat hundreds of beans. I need to kind of, like, that's a very, very old clip, to be fair. It is, you know, an untextured T-posing model that's doing it, but, I mean, by untextured, I mean it was, where is your channel? Yeah, because the shorts I have here, yeah, I had the other dev clip, which was me saying, now I shouldn't see the pause menu in the main menu, and then as I'm saying that, I see the pause menu in the main menu. And then I edited the Kitchen Nightmares sound over it, because I was just like, I was just saying that it shouldn't happen, and then it happened. Then there was, and then yeah, there's Quantum Frame Mode. I don't have the other thing on here anywhere. Just interesting. You can take a look to see if it is in my clips somewhere. It's probably a featured clip. Yeah, the bean inning. I think Amy did the clip of it. I should really post that. Even though it is old. Wow! I had the old fucking pistol model back then. The really crappy Beretta that I modeled as the main weapon. That was old. That was an old clip. But it's funny. It's very funny. So I should really get that edited. I need to find all sorts of, like, bits where things were happening. Was I actually working on Jack Schmidt back then? I might not have been. What was this clip, anyways? It is just me saying stabby and somebody thought it was cute? Maybe? Yeah. Oh, there was also, yeah, Sean the short hair going to the moon because I was trying to tweak and figure out what was going on with the jump arc. And, that's probably something that could go into some sort of highlight reel. But again, it's like, that was last year. Specifically August 17th, 2023. Whereas the beginning was April 8th, 2022. That's a ways back. So, yeah. It's definitely a ways back. Yeah, I need some extra clips of game dev stuff happening. Specifically game dev stuff. Things that would be better than just the various gaming happenings. But again, I've been considering, at least temporarily, whilst I'm still struggling with the heat and all of that, moving to only one game dev stream per week, as long as I can kind of promise to myself that I can do work on the project off stream, potentially. You know, when it is nice and cool and I don't have to worry about starting the stream in the afternoon where it is, you know, 105 out and 100 in. and that would be nice. Anyways, I did say a good start to the stream would be to go ahead and demonstrate what we have going on in this game so far. This is the extension branch for the new Arcadeplex branch, as indicated by the fact that Arcadeplex Route 2 is in my scene list. So this is kind of with the newer localization stuff that I'm in the process of working on. As it stands, I actually kind of want to at some point, work on fixing up some stuff about movement physics. But because I've been like stuck in this particular branch of the Git, I haven't really had the right motivation to do this. It's like, then I gotta, have that be on the other branch, and that's gonna switch around, then I have to merge that into this branch. So that's always kind of a concern type thing. Regardless, let me go ahead and give... So I'm booting this up, and then specifically I'm actually going to hit pause and go quit to main menu so I can start new game, episode 1. I still need to rename episode 1 for this. Go on hard mode. The moment Nightmare actually doesn't do anything except make the boss take longer. It's going to do more things later. And yeah, doors currently say Abrir Puerta because I have it set to... It's not everything actually runs Spanish yet. It's mostly just like a couple of things, and it's mostly just for testing the whatchamacallit. Anyways, and also the prompts are still broken for doors that require keys, so... Owie. I messed up that encounter so bad. I'm also getting the usual... Oh, that was interesting. He died to friendly fire after I hit him with a shotgun once. Damn it. Here. Try and mob dodge out here. Using the SMG for the melee enemies. Saving shotgun ammo for ranged. I don't know what I took damage from. Oh, it might have actually been from the ranged. Oh, no, yeah, I did take a melee hit from first guy. Because it's been a while. It's been a while. I am actually definitely rusty at my own game. The store has actually been hacked, so we need to find the console and unhack it. And this uses the cool hacking system thing that's actually just a disguised... Oh, I almost had it perfect. Kind of a disguised, what's the word I'm looking for? Pilot Gauntlet from Titanfall, because this game is very strongly inspired by Titanfall, obviously. Anyways, set that on fire. Get rid of that guy. Let his grenade do some friendly fire damage. Cool reload. Oh, I got a double with that. Nice. Can I take out the rest of these ranged enemies? I keep forgetting I can use slide boost now. Oh, come on. There's a health pack back here. Oh, I still took damage from that. Should probably make sure... Damn. I'll take that head in a sec. Oh, there's still a range enemy left. There we go. Oh. Yeah. Thank you, Fire Pat. I am Kbity. And Stan Green for calling A Squared. Welcome to stream. I can't promise I'm gonna get a whole lot done today, but I'm at least trying to demonstrate the video game for YouTube, because, you know, let me make sure I'm still... Yeah. Specifically in the Unity editor, there's unfortunately nothing here. Specifically in the Unity editor, it will, like, not fully put the cursor back in the game if I use escape, so I have to make sure. Alright, I have 35 health. But we're gonna hack this equipment replicator. These are the shops of the game. They have a different hacking minigame, actually. So I messed up the slide. That's okay. And Sacred Protocol Phantom, how are you doing? So yeah, you now open the shop. You can go ahead and buy the upgrade to the SMG, which is going to add a 3-round burst function whenever we are aimed down sights. And that also does some, like, EMP damage. I forgot that there is, like, some extra health over here. There's also a melee attack, obviously. If you saw me doing the melee attack earlier. Still, like, something I changed about air acceleration or sliding has made it such that I can't just, like, slide directly through it. I keep wall bouncing. Owie, I thought I could dodge that. Oh shit, I got this melee enemy. There we go. Meleeed him back. This door is also hacked. It's not a essential direction, but as it stands, this entire level design is... I did that very sloppily. That like drop slide got fucked up there. This whole layout for this level is actually not going to be released at all, because this is more or less just a vertical slice level that I was making back when this game was originally going to be a Game Jam game. This was kind of the layout for the first level. But the actual first level is going to be much larger. That's, you know, while I was going over earlier, there's now a second Arcadeplex scene listed in the scene list. Anyways, we're picking up this burn chip. And it's, you know, a temporary power-up that I can activate using the C button. So go ahead and activate it. I really need to... Oh, that guy reset a lot faster than I thought he would. Also, there we go. Oh, I still died. Darn it. There are no checkpoints at the moment, which means I have to kind of redo the entire level, which is kind of annoying. There we go. Like, there's some shotgun ammo back here I always forget about. Oh, damn it. Oh, there it is! For a second there, I was a little worried because I didn't see the third enemy. There's usually a third enemy here. I am doing really terrible right now, sorry. The Sacred Protocol Phantom, thank you for the alert. Also messed up the slide cancel there. Actually, reverse back. I can't just go straight to this. How did I miss that? You're kidding me. How did I miss it again? There we go. That was ugly. That was embarrassing. Oh, right, I don't have the... I'm really, really rusty at this now. Oh, well, that's called to friendly fire. Owie! Man, I need to go find some health. I am doing really badly today. Again, it would help if the performance in the editor didn't suck really badly. I am doing so bad. Oh well. Melee guy finished it for me. Go ahead and trigger this just to mark it off the checklist, even though there isn't actually anything here. I know, misleading considering the hint thing says this will come in handy, and there's not actually anything there. It's because I originally planned on putting a different power-up there, but haven't actually come back to this in a minute. I'm gonna grab this health kit down here before I forget. Oh, right. So gotta hack this again. Still messed up the slide cancel. Honestly, I shouldn't need to bother with slide cancel on that, but oh well. See, buy the SMG upgrade. No. Not great. Yeah, I've been bouncing off of that a lot more now. Owie! I missed. Actually ducked under my melee. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I'm really rusty at this today. I don't need the extra armor. And I'm actually just gonna go ahead and focus this guy. Oh shit, I am doing a lot worse on that than I should be. Really am. Also, why is that guy stuck in the lunging animation again? I have a feeling I know why, but that's one of the things where I really gotta fix that. I hate how the animation controller is laid out for this right now. Nope. Didn't get the ledge grab. Nice, got the explosive kill with that. Frag kills are actually worth more salvage, too. Probably seems counterintuitive, considering you are blowing them up, but eh. I did it again. How am I missing this so badly? I'm really doing bad today. Alright. Just gonna get rid of you. This. I think we might have already taken care of the ranged enemies. Ah, dang it. It's holding control, that's why I didn't do ledge grab there. By the way, we have grind rails. So I can grind on these rails. It's sort of meant to be this game's analog to zip lines in Titanfall, actually. How do I still not get the... Oh well. Once again, the escape button is still freeing the cursor because the Unity editor does that. Almost. This guy didn't notice me somehow. That was funny. Funny ragdoll moment. Yay. Oh, how did I fuck that up? How am I consistently fucking that up now? I don't understand. Damn it. I did not finish that, I did not get the full bonus of salvage from the Grenadier because somebody else killed them. You have a slight decrease to your, Honestly, I do need to make the, aim down sights a little bit more functional on this gun. Possibly by just toning down the intensity of the muzzle flash would probably help a lot. I forgot about taking that. I forgot that there is just a bunch of health back there. Also, it says a Morgie is revealed because there's a Morgie here. Morgie. There's also a health over here. Alright, so there's supposed to be a boss at the end of the level. However, I don't actually have bosses properly coded in. So, meet a melee enemy that's been souped up to 2,000 health. And I also forgot to grab the upgrade for the weapon, for the shotgun, but oh well. But actually, yeah, hang on. I'm just gonna say fuck you. You're not supposed to be able to do this. It is supposed to lock you in after a cutscene, but I am just going to run back. I also should just have taken the vent, but whatever. I'm buying the shotgun upgrade. So, welcome to, Alt-Fire Double Barrel. Because I can. Oh, well, here's this guy. Alright. So now I can much faster take care of him. Miss that. That's a pretty good shot. He is getting so stuck on that pillar. Again, not the smartest AI. But again, the actual boss is going to be a lot different from that. There's one more shop. Though this door is locked until that guy is beaten, so. With a much more challenging hack puzzle. Well, less a puzzle and more... I can't believe I missed that again. There's no way I get this on first... There was no way I was going to get this on the first try with how rusty I am today. There was no way. What the fuck was that regrab? That was weird. I'm not gonna have time for it. What is that regrab happening there? Just barely. I had to, like, stop and take a breather on the middle platform. And it just has an extra burn chip that you can take into the next level, if there was a next level. And also some health and armor upgrades. And yeah, so the servo boost is speed boost, as well as a melee attack boost. If I had anything to show it off on, well, I have that. The vent there can actually be broken. So I could actually have skipped the boss and gone here, but yeah. So yeah. Video games. And the idea is supposed to be that I'm working on the new version of the level 2. It is actually supposed to be at night. There's supposed to be a whole cutscene to this, and I've been working on trying to get, like, you know, an idea for what the lighting's gonna be like, except, you know, there's all sorts of lighting artifacts because this was not built correctly, and I don't feel like fixing it still until I get a proper level kit created for this. Once the level kit's created, that's gonna have proper UV light mapping, and that's going to look a lot better. But for now, I'm kind of just like slapping blocks together, really. This is really just all made out of blocks, and that's part of why this is, why all the lighting artifacts are there. Is because Pro Builder Light Mapper thing did not like the fact that I was making blocks out of everything, so that's part of it. Anyways, so the idea is supposed to be that when you first boot up the game, as well as when you do the first level, you're actually supposed to get like a little bit of an onboarding where you kind of do settings on a little terminal. So you're actually at your operator's terminal, basically. Once you do your initial settings, he connects to Jack, and then they go over the like on-site briefing of what Jack's going to do. Whilst he's doing that, you see the video feed of Jack, and he's walking up to, in a little cutscene, he's walking up to, you know, the front entrance of this, getting his gun ready. And then, it then, you know, the camera zooms into the monitor, and it becomes Jack's POV, and then, you know, he walks through the door, gets his gun ready, and then boom, you get control of the character. Now you are here in this space. You can kind of walk around. You see your ground speed walking is pretty fast, and you do have a sprint button, etc. Maybe you'll jump, maybe you'll double jump, maybe experiment with that. Maybe you'll jump against a wall and be like, oh shit, there's wall running. You might even slide and realize that you've got sliding. You got like slide boosting, basically. You might, you know, experiment around with that, find out how that works. But most likely you're gonna be like, you know, okay, well, you know, this door is actually supposed to be closed, and then we come up to this door, gates, your operator is gonna be like, hey, you'll have to rescind the lockdown in order to get that gate open. So you come back here. You actually have to grab a security card off of like a dead security member here around here somewhere. This door actually will be open, but it'll be this thing that requires a key card eventually. I have to kind of set that up properly though. I'm working on trying to get like a cinematic system working, because like not only do I want to get that, you know, I want to nail that entry of him walking to the complex and then, you know, walking in and getting all of the dialogue working. But I also want to make it such that to get the key card that you need to activate the terminal, you need to like walk up to like dead security guard officer or whatever, and you like stoop down. You do the Doom Eternal animation of him, you know, just like ripping it off and then storing it. Then you come back here, and then you might even notice the shotgun here in case of violent animatronic terrorism break glass box. which is obviously going to need a new model once I get around to it. You can pick up the broadsword. I actually want to make it such that when you first pick up weapons and you're not in I'm not actively in combat when you pick up the weapon, I want it to actually have like a special inspect animation when you do so. Once again, somewhat similar to Doom Eternal. But yeah, so you bring your keycard over to this thing and you try to resend the lockdown. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And I still need to set this... I still need to get the lighting to be proper so that you actually do see this guy drop down better. I'm just going to shoot him, though. And then it's supposed to actually kick off the main level theme there after you kill him. And the main level theme actually, like, contains that sort of leitmotif, but it kind of spins on it, and it's also, like, you know, kind of a little bit MIDI rock-ish at the moment. I don't know if I'm going to be making it any better or any worse. I think it's pretty good, but I do need to kind of do some tweaking on it before it gets implemented fully. So I need more sections to it, essentially. But yeah, that ends up unlocking the door, and this unlocks the gate. And you come through, and this is going to be where your first fight is. And, you know, I found it important to make it such that you walk into this room, there are enemies down here. That might even have, like, a little bit of, like, fortification that they're at, some sort of, like, nice scrap kind of fortification. And that is going to hopefully force the player to just, like, they should just be diving in and getting started with combat. That's kind of the intention. Also, yes, the gun is very dark here because I don't have the dynamic lighting system set up properly in this room. I was focused on getting the dynamic lighting set up right here. Because this is where I'm kind of getting that first set piece established. That first scripted set piece is established here. And I want that to be kind of the face of the game whilst I'm still trying to get everything functional. But the idea is supposed to be that you run up here, enemies are here. I want to make sure that they are ranged. This is sort of like an inversion of the very first encounter with imps in the very first Doom game. The very first Doom game had you encounter imps that were above you, and that was to show off the, 3D verticality of the original Doom engine. This is essentially doing that, but it's also specifically to show off the verticality of movement, the verticality of encounters. And so I place them below you. That's also kind of like a subtle kind of style indicator slash, because this game is very much about player empowerment. This is very much about, like, these dumb animatronics from shitty indie horror games. They think they're super scary, but you've got a fucking shotgun. So you get the fucking music. And also you have, like, Titanfall pilot movements. I forgot to turn off my Telegram notifications. I forgot to do that. I've bupped. Darn it. Oh well. But yeah, as I was saying, you're also a Titanfall pilot, and you can do all of this stuff. So, yeah. I should have gotten a wall run on that. Interesting. I wonder if it's not quite... Dang it. There we go. I kind of have to chain a wall, jump into that wall to actually write it from ground level. Yeah. As it stands, pretty much as soon as you go through here, which kind of can't see through here at the moment because I haven't actually lit that area. But there is going to be one of those hacking puzzles that you have to go through, and that's going to also very quickly introduce you to, hey, This game has, you know, movement mechanics and wall running. That is super important to it. Time to learn that. Again, the hacking sections are very much mini movement puzzles or movement tutorials as it stands. So, yeah, that's what we got going on. I still don't have a strong idea. It's this. The thing is that it is summer, and during summer, I am almost always going to be way less productive, just off of the issues of it being way hotter and my energy being way lower during summer. Hopefully fall rolls around, it'll be a little bit cooler and I'll have a little bit more energy and I can be a lot more productive with it, but as it stands, I have been just not functional for most of summer. And that has sucked. But it's whatever. Recent functionality that we have added has been all the localization stuff has been made pretty functional so far. I did want to see if I could start like adding more stuff to making it a bit more functional. We do have an option screen, right? So I can go into option screen, and a lot of this does actually get saved. There's even a keybind system. This has been somewhat of a nightmare to make, but it functions, and that's, you know, a achievement in and of itself. Again, it works as far as keybinds go. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be setting up customizable controller mappings, just because that's also kind of a nightmare to set up. As it stands, there is controller support. It just sucks because I don't have auto aim implemented yet. The plan is to obviously get it implemented at some point. Or at least aim assist is what I mean specifically. Aim assist needs to be implemented. I'm still kind of experimenting on what kind of control scheme is comfortable. I'm potentially going to set up some like internal logic where if you're using controller and you're using like a toggle crouch button, it should be untoggling the crouch if you're jumping, depending on whether or not I want to be emphasizing. I mean, like, toggle crouch off when jumping makes a lot of sense, honestly, because the game does kind of get a lot from the slide boosting concept, and so just, like, you want to, instead of slide hopping like that, I don't know. It's something I could always consider, and possibly even making it a option toggle. But you'll notice that, obviously, none of this is locale. There is no locale option yet. The locale option is in the settings, under the settings JSON, but it does not have an option select for it on the options menu right now. And everything with the back end of it is set up for the most part, and it is mostly just like updating things that don't currently have functionality with it to the new system. We are in fact using a different system from the Unity built-in localization solution, mostly because I hate Unity's localization solution, and I really prefer just having a list of strings that is CSV importable, exportable, Because I have the Notion. Let me see if I can pull up the Notion real quick. Here it is. Check this out, localization string table. This is notion.so. Fantastic website that I've been able to use for a lot of that sort of, you know, note-taking and spreadsheeting for game systems and whatnot. Back when I was working on the top-down shooter that was supposed to have like a very Fallout-esque or Fallout 4-esque weapon customization system. This was good for figuring out stats for all of that. Which, again, by the way, that game is in development hell. It's probably not going to get let out of development hell for a while. Especially because, like, I do have other projects that, like, even when I finish Jack Schmidt, I want to be moving on to Hypernull, the character action RPG game. As it stands, as Endless Zone Zero Brain Rot is definitely not helping me not wanting to go back to go to that immediately. And then, like, after that, I want to do another game involving Kbity and friends. As it stands, I'm pretty close to starting another side project, and that being the toaster gun. If you guys are familiar with Toaster Crash, as it stands with Toaster Crash, it's like so much of Toaster Crash is actually like extremely dated in terms of like community stuff. Luna is no longer a part of Null Pointer. That's kind of like one of the big ones there. But it's like, I can't just replace Luna. I can't actually find a function or a person I know who I can map directly one-to-one with Luna. I don't think I can fully replace her with anybody from Null Pointer directly. Like, maybe Aki, potentially. It just wouldn't quite work, I think. And it would overall just be, like, you know, it would take a lot of work trying to get that to work. As it stands, it's, like, the key color... Like, Aki's key color is white, but, like, Morgi's white. So, how do I get around that? I could, potentially go for, like, you know, light teal is also a key color for Aki, I think. Or I might just be thinking of somebody else who has light teal. I might even be thinking of fucking Fubuki. Who's coming to mind on that. I should look at Aki's design again. I think light blue might be... Oh, you know, it's actually also, like, pink. But, like... Pink kind of also shows up in one other character, I think. Potentially Shiny Olivia. Well, Shiny Olivia, I can also just kind of work her more towards purple, potentially. But yeah, in general, it's like difficult for me to like completely remap Luna as it stands. Lardbutts has not been around. Lardbutts has not been around for a solid 2 years. I think we kind of lost him during the 2023 exodus / dip that happened in that time. I took a vacation at the end of 2022. I came back, and my viewers have been like my overall performance on all platforms has kind of just like cut in half and declined severely since then. So that sucked. Or at least, you know, specifically the revenue was just like cut in half from then. And then continues to kind of be like close to 33% of what it was in 2022. But, you know, that's one of the things that's been stressing me out recently, especially because Twitch is now raising the subscription prices, which means that a lot of people are going to be balking who were previously continuous subscribers on the channel. They're probably going to be bulking unless they were already Prime subs. Which, to be fair, I think I only have, like, maybe 3 of the 10 they're currently subbed are Prime subs. Which sucks. If you have a Prime sub and you haven't spent it on somebody yet, would be very, what's the word I'm looking for? Appreciative if you dropped that my way. But as it stands, also, if you want to be supporting me directly with money, the better way is actually to Ko-fi. Which I know the Ko-fi link is in the YouTube description. It is more or less something that I let the bot run on its own. However, the bot also is told not to do plugs and stuff when people haven't been chatting in a while, so I might as well throw this out there. Drop $5 on that for support, and also you'll get to play around with the Jack Schmidt prototype. So you can tell me whether or not the movement is garbage. So I'm always kind of worried about that. Anyways, so, back on localization. I'm trying to also down this coffee so that I can hopefully have caffeine power enter my brain and start actually functioning as a game developer. So yeah, the idea is that so I have all of this stuff, and this is mostly just for organization within the Notion table. However, this all actually gets concatenated in order to generate. Actually, it might not be here. Yeah, here it is. So you generate this localization main import settings. And this is actually just stored as a local CSV file. So like this is actually just a file called localization main dot KT localization, I believe. And then it uses that file name extension to identify it as, you know, a custom import thing. It is turned into a scriptable object that is of type localization manager. And then my brain can kind of function properly. And then it generates a bunch of these localization entries that are also scriptable objects. It generates this from the CSV that is imported, and then uses a custom CSV parser that I had to write because I couldn't find anything that was lightweight enough for this particular implementation. And it's very specific to what I'm doing here, which is creating a localization table. So I kind of had to write my own because I couldn't find anything that was small enough for me to kind of cram in here. And then it just reads across that in a specific way. And it works well enough. And so, for example, I can go ahead and take a look at interrupt props door. This closed door. Where's... Oh, unlocked open generic. That's what... I forgot that it would be starting with unlocked open generic. And you see we have an element for ES, EN. This number here is because the way that languages are encoded in the game is actually a funky little integer system, integer encoding system, where each of the characters are taken as a byte and then encoded that way. So this does actually have a system where, for example, I think there is actually something here that is using the EN, US ENGB differences here. So difficulty hard description. What doesn't actually... That's a bug. That is a bug. It should be showing up as a ENGB here. Huh. Okay, well, let's figure that out then. Because it does actually support having a, fuck, I forget what it's called, 3391 code? Because the first two letters are a 639 code, I believe. ISO 639 or something like that. I'm gonna need to bring up localization stuff again. If I can remember where I need to find that. Probably in editor scripts. Oh, right, no, yeah, because that's in a separate section down here. Localization importer. I'm gonna be locating how we figure out create instance localization entry here. Name being format name. Which is that. New language, header, CLL. Okay, so maybe it's here where I fucked it up. String names ID. Yeah, ISO 3166. And then ISO 639. Those are the specifications for locale codes. Go ahead and look at string to int ID. Do you remove separators? Stand Green Protocol Nova, that's the wrong side, but I do see you in the dock as much as, But yeah, hiya. Well, now I know who you are, I can actually go ahead and make you mod. I should... Oh wait, that's right, I have to go over to YouTube, I can't necessarily do that from here. Add as moderator! Welcome, Nova. Did you actually... No, you didn't actually comment in the mod chat. I did make a call out on mod chat for people to tell me what their Google/YouTube account is so that I can mod them in YouTube. But yes, I have now modded you, so... Thank you for checking in, because that does make it slightly easier. Because, wow, the thing for adding moderators otherwise is very clunky. And, like, you're supposed to search by the name, but then the search by name doesn't quite function right. Like, when I was trying to add Olivia, she actually ended up having to... So, her handle on YouTube at the time was Shiny Sharpedo, and she's just like, yeah, I'm gonna change it eventually. It's like, okay, whatever. So I searched at Shiny Sharpedo, in the mod view thing, or in the thing to add people as mod. And it gave me her other, like, archive account, which she couldn't even confirm whether or not it was her account. Fucking great. Nah, it's okay, Nova. And I tried typing in Shiny Olivia, and it still wouldn't show up. No, actually, no. If I typed Shiny Sharpedo, I would get all sorts of other people who had nothing to do with Shiny Olivia. Whatsoever. And also, I tried typing Shiny Olivia, I would get myself. Somehow. Wait, what do you mean I need to add myself as my own moderator? I am the fucking streamer. YouTube, what the fuck? I found out that you can actually specifically copy and paste the user's channel URL all the way, including the www.youtube.com/, and then their @ to add them directly. I cannot add just @Shiny Sharpedo. I have to add https://www.youtube.com/@Shiny Sharpedo for it to work. This is entirely probably because the entire backend for determining what account everybody is, who owns what. Standard protocol, Nova. Thank you for the
hi from this side as well.
Thank you very much for the sub. I was complaining earlier because like Twitch is raising prices for subs, and I am worried that that's going to cut my my income even more, because more people are going to be balking at that price. And so I gotta be plugging the Ko-fi as often as possible for people to support me there instead. Nova also saying on YouTube, to be honest, I don't know if I've ever watched a live stream on YouTube. I've had to tune into Lena's stream at least a handful of times. Also, again, technically speaking, you know, back when I first got into YouTubers, or sorry, into VTubers, I definitely had to do a few, quote, end quote. Anyways, let's figure out why the fuck we're not getting ENGB to work. Take a look at remove separators. Oh, wait. String.remove. Does the default implementation of string.remove remove everything beyond that point? Yep, and continuing through the last position. Okay, well, that's an easy bug then. That should only be one character that we remove. That is the bug with that. As such, we need to do K version 2. This is going to flag to Unity that the way that we imported the previous localization file is incorrect. And see, so that has now updated this. This is now en-gb. That's the correct way that that's supposed to show up. And it's entirely just, there's an extra U on this behaviors. That's exactly how that works. So it does actually support 3166, although it was bugged, and I needed to fix it. So it supports the full 639, 3166 locale as per how it's usually communicated via, whatchamacallit. Although I should probably make sure that it, displays it with the 3166 capitalized, because that's normally how it's normally how locales are displayed. So here I'm actually going to do, if this is probably gross to anybody who hates single line conditionals, by the way. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you, but sometimes I do that because it looks nicer and it's more compact. This is still readable to me because it is a very simple mechanism. If I is greater than or equal to 2, then next care oh, do I need a care 2 upper? There we go. There. Now it displays like that. EN dash capital G capital B. Cool. Localizations. Oh boy, I'm just now discovering that this preview that I tried to set up, it does not have text wrapping. Huh. Should probably figure out how to actually get that fixed, but oh well. Very secondary system anyways. Alright, but that's how that works. Hooray. So now that's been fixed. We didn't actually have to change the importer version for it to be flagged to need an update, but I just wanted to kind of like make sure, kind of give an idea that that's part of what happened there. Especially because, in terms of version control, I mean, I'm technically kind of the only one who's, like, really officially working on the project, but Olivia does kind of drop in occasionally to help out with testing certain things, and so that's there in case it, you know, bugs out for her. I mean, I doubt that she's forked it since I've implemented this localization system, but it'll be there just in case. So yeah, so there's me establishing that I can have a 639 and a 3166 as the locale code. And again, because it's just stored as an integer on the inside, it's pretty agnostic to how I am writing the string. Because all locales are, in the end, just 4 characters, with a 5th character being a separator between the 639 and 3166. So, yeah. That's a thing. We fixed something. We did a thing. We've accomplished a thing in the project, and it's better than I did last week. which is a victory in my book. For sure. So if I can't quite keep anything else up today, then that will be fine, because I will have done anything. I do want to try and get some stuff set up, though. So, for example, the difficulty names and descriptions. Currently, those are actually handled within campaign settings as strings. This is one of those things where the, migrating everything over to localization is kind of the difficulty, as they say. I'm just now noticing Nova's resub message did not show up in the restream doc. This restream doc sucks. And once again, KT-Dash's message came in before Cinemane's lurk command came in. Because, of course, very, very functional web site. But it's whatever. I should go click on this so I can... Yes, I am live now. Make sure this is all functioning. Here's analytics, but oh, no, this is analysis for network stuff. Cool. Okay, that actually works. I couldn't find this earlier, and I thought it was just going to be impossible for me to get diagnostics on how the network is doing, but this looks clean. And I was saying earlier that I couldn't find any sort of like what's the word I'm looking for? Be nice if my brain could function for a second. There wasn't like an option in OBS specifically to do bandwidth testing like there is with Twitch. So I was just like, oh, I can't do that with Restream. But now that I think about it, I might be able to just... Because there's just like a slider. Or like a little toggle slider for each of these streams. I bet you I could just toggle them all off and then hit stream. And that would only go to the Restream encoder. In case you guys didn't know, obviously. I am experimenting with doing Restream. As in, I am actually on YouTube at the moment. If you're on Twitch, that's probably a surprise to you. If you're on YouTube, that might be a surprise to you, because again, this is the second time I've ever streamed on YouTube on this account, I should say. Actually, technically speaking, it's the third, because there is a test stream, but you guys don't see that. And I'm actually probably going to be selecting that as private, because I'm mostly using that as a template for creating the other streams. And all sorts of stuff in the description for that. But yeah, fun stuff. Outside of that, Yeah, so I'd have to go back in, find this either struct or class, probably a struct, and change the display name and description to localization references instead. It's a class. It's a class. Why is it a class? Why the frick is it a class, I wonder? Regardless. Do I just straight across, change this over? Yeah, and I think this is one of the situations where, like, I can peel rip the band-aid off. I was trying to get into it earlier, where, the earlier that you can implement your localization stuff, the better, because the later you implement it, the more hell it will be. And so it's like, yeah, this sucks where I have to change this display string to a reference to the thing. But if I had to do this, you know, I have to do this like another like 50 times. Whereas if I was closer to release and I was having to implement the system now, I'd be doing it closer to 100, 500 times. You know, there might be 10 times as much content in the game that I need to go back through and change and add and reorganize and reconfigure stuff all over the place. Something that could help is to make an implicit string conversion from a localization entry, potentially, where localization entries would just automatically have an implicit string conversion, so that like I could change this from a string to a localization entry, and then anything that's accessing this and trying to get a string out of it will just be like, yeah, I want a string, and the localization entry will be, okay, let me check what the current locale is and give you an appropriate string. It's kind of already set up to operate that way anyways, because the current locale is stored as a class static, a singleton static string, which is accessible by entries. So, like, localization entries kind of have their own logic, and that's kind of hard to avoid anyways, but that's, you know, probably the easiest way for me to kind of communicate it directly across for something like a localization system. And, you know, having localization be data-driven is kind of a best-case scenario, in my opinion. So, it is data-driven with some smart logic, or it should be data-driven with some smart logic. So going back to localization entry, as it stands, the way that you do this is that we have a method called getText, and it does also, again, access that class static, the .currentLanguage, in order to determine which language we should be grabbing from. It does also have some internal systems where, like, you know, if there's If the specified language doesn't exist on there, it will fall back to English, etc. Those kinds of behaviors. So, for example, if current language was completely fucked or zeroed out, it would still just try and go back to English. Although it does also print messages in console, so it probably will end up printing a lot of messages in console, but it's functional enough, and I can filter through that just fine. Anyways. So one thing is that, so for one, I could make it an implicit string conversion that just calls get text internally, but it could also just to make sure that I know absolutely what is going on, I should actually just make sure that I just go back to wherever it is and then just add in .getText, and it'll probably be fine. So I could probably do that. So I'm going to do localization entry. It's going to be in the localization using Kbity uniform localization entry. Granted, this also does make it a little difficult when there is no display name for this. I may actually leave I'll leave display name there, but I'm going to make description localization entry, and then I'm also going to have display name localized. Ow, hang on. Then again, if the object in question is null, or if it's deleted by Unity, I'd have to account for that. I wonder if I could create like an extension. So I like the simplicity of being able to do like .getText. I can't guarantee. I think I'm going to go ahead and create the public static. Actually, I need to try get text. Can I do a this with this? Hang on. Let me try this. Oh wait, public static string, try get text. This localization entry, string default text. Does this work? It's not currently giving an error related to the fact that I'm using this here. Let's see. If localization entry, we'll do something else. Turn default text. I actually do, by default, this is string empty. Or I guess that doesn't work because it's not a const. I guess I'll just do that then. Yeah, welcome back, A squared. So does that actually work? Let's see here. Let's see if this actually says find all references, because we did change it, so... Yeah, okay, so we've got an error here. Does this work? Using KTech uniform localization. Fuck, it doesn't. I thought for sure that doing the this keyword would make that work. Ah. I mean, it says specifically extension. It's like it knows that it should be an extension. But it still wants that, but like... This is a localization entry. Does that just not work that way? Can I not do that as a static string or static method? Basically, I'm just like, I'm making sure that if it is null, by Unity standards, because obviously Unity objects have different handling for null coalescing. Oh, you know what? It's probably treating it like it's a self-function. But it's a static. It shouldn't allow it to do that. At least in theory. Oh wait, I've got a thing here. Such a method must be defined in a non-generic static class. Ah. Alright, fine. I think we can just do that. right? Just cut this, paste it here. Save. Hey, that works. In theory. So now here's the thing. All these descriptions are gonna go kaput. These are all going to be null. So if we go to our main menu, actually, so we can actually do like, Alan, please add description. We're gonna see if Unity bitches that there's a null reference. So in theory, this should just be syntactical sugar for, you know, localization entry extension dot try get text difficulty preset dot description. In theory, right? It's just syntactical sugar for that. In theory. Main menu, start new game, episode 1. Alan, please add description. That works. And Unity doesn't bitch about that. Perfect. And just to, like, absolutely make sure, as it stands, I'm probably going to be actually associating the localization objects with that. So for example, let's actually just go in here. I'm going to, like, duplicate this. I'm going to have a thing here. In campaign settings, I'm going to select that duplicated entry. And then I'm going to delete it. And that way, it's specifically a missing reference rather than a completely null reference. That's a situation in which the reference is not actually null, which is why Unity doesn't like you doing that. And no errors, no warnings. Other than these that were for the intro level that we were playing earlier. Cool. All right, that functions. In that case, I'm actually comfortable making display name itself also a localization entry. Well, I could also... I'm gonna make this like internal display name. Hang on, I'm gonna do this. Add using Unity Engine serialization. What's it called? Formerly serialized as. I couldn't remember what it was called for a second. Display name. This way, when we update this, internal display name. Ah, damn it. Granted, that might actually bug out. This might actually bug out. I might need to make sure that the new one is named differently. I have to sneeze. Blech. Okay, that should be fine. Once again, campaign definition also needs to be updated. The display name is going to be internal display name again. As it stands, actually, this should be fine. I was going to say, like, you know, if the localization updated, then, you know, this might not actually carry over, or, like, you know, tell it to update type deal. Then it's just like, well, in normal play, I shouldn't be able to update the localization from here anyways, because the localization should be in the options menu. I would have to back out of this menu that we're on in order to change that, so that should be fine, actually. And that's going to be on pointer enter. Now, granted, set difficulty is done from generator, which is on start. So this might actually need to be fixed. So I think this is generally generated on start. So I believe main menu. Yeah, these are just enabled and disabled as necessary. Now, granted, I have a UI text localizer, it's a generic localizer. On start, it will add itself to the on localization changed event. Now that is on start, though. You could also use set localization entry. Which, yeah, that is on start. It does run localize on start, so I can use set localization entry. So I'll add a UI text localizer on them. I'm actually going to do... I'm going to extend the generic localizer system a little bit. Turn localize into a virtual void where the default implementation is set text directly. And it's going to be localization entry.get text. So this can override set text directly instead. It'll work like that. I want to go ahead and make sure that's also done here. Done. Okay. Now for these, I'll go ahead and make sure they're UI text localizers. Actually, this one doesn't need to be. This can stay a text because this will update automatically So it'll always get a fresh thingamating. Put a definition on this again. You have display name localized. Cool and good. Just gonna go to that real quick and hit up localize. May even have like a serialized protected default string. Yeah, welcome back, Ham. So if localization entry is valid, I can actually just do this. I can use this as a inline conditional. If it's valid, we get localization entry, get text. Otherwise, we do default fallback text. There. In fact, I actually didn't have to do that at all because we literally created a method for this. We created a method for that does that for us. The .try get text extension method just does that for us. Okay. I didn't catch which morgue it was, Hannah. Sorry. Also do a start method on this, where it sets default fallback text to whatever was in the text object to begin with. That's always something I can do. Could also do that on text mesh localizer. Should just copy this, honestly. Okay. So now I just need to fix that up. Disable main menu. Enable difficulty select menu. First of all, and just change the text on this. Alright. Oh, we didn't finish out this part of setting that up right. I guess we gotta do the same thing here. Go to definition. And create display name localized. And then change description to be a localization entry. Let me come back here and do, we'll try get text, which of course I've got to add the using for localization. We're going to change button label to UI text localizer. Set localization entry. It's display name localized. Okay. So here's the thing. I set all that up. But out of curiosity, shouldn't we have like a on-pointer exit that makes it go away? Yeah, whatever. So I have the names and descriptions for the difficulties, but I don't actually have names and descriptions in the thing for campaigns. So let's go ahead and add those. User interface, menus, campaign, debug level. Is the old data for that. Campaign settings. Is debug test level. I unfortunately don't have a description there. I do actually want to also make sure that this episode 1 will now be, vertical slice level. User interface, menus, campaign, vertical slice, level. Vertical slice. Arcade flex. I'm also going to add user interface and use debug level description. I don't quite remember what the old description was. Might actually go find out by digging into what the metadata currently says. I could also pull up GitHub because it's possible that it might have already changed. Campaign settings. This is campaign settings. Yes, I don't see where the whatchamacallit hasn't changed. Give me projects. Unity, FNEW, assets, data, campaign settings.asset. Edit with notepad. I have to pick through the fucking YAML. I hate this description, actually. That's a new description. I'm just going to call this camping vertical slice level description. I'm gonna move this up here. No, I'm gonna just change the order. description here.
That's incoming.
Yeah, standard report, or not standard report, but you know, welcome back, Olive. Wow, I'm blah. Yeah. Thank you, Fred Pat. Lug reverb? Meow. The gaming is going good. I fixed a bug. It turns out that the thing that was supposed to determine the string to language identifier code was broken. Because I didn't realize that string.remove, the single, if you don't specify the second argument of string.remove, it removes the entirety of the string after that index. I didn't realize that. So it's treating en and engb as the same thing. So I needed to fix that. Voices a lot of reverb on it. That's because I clicked the reverb button by accident. I am very sorry about that. When did that happen? That hasn't been... How long has that been on? Actually, you know what? That might not have been that long, because I think I just happened to have it when I bumped the... I have a cam on my desk, and I can't bump that into my stream deck. Just punched out. Was it on when you got here? Or like when you first did the head to pat? Maybe it has been on for a while. I don't know. I really hope that hasn't... I just also realized I also have blur on. I smashed all over my stream deck, apparently. Sorry. Anyways, shall we signed for... So you might not have heard when I was saying, like, I did fix a bug. The string to language code thing wasn't functional correctly because I didn't realize that string.remove, when you only give it one argument, it removes the rest of the string. So it was treating en and engb as the same thing. So that was kind of busted. Anyways. Iteration. Game Jam version of the game. There. I can put in user interface menus. I'll put in the campaign episode 1, even though I'm probably not gonna make this selectable for a bit. Murderbot, ask dots. Duplicate. Episode 1 description. That's a good description. Investigate an uprising. Yeah. Investigate an uprising of murderous haunted animatronics and stop their spread of this. Great. So now, this is where I get to show off the power of this whole setup. I might need to blur screen potentially. Nope, I don't want import. I want export. I'm exporting this markdown CSV. Current view. No files or images. I might need to blur screen as I export this. Yeah, because it shows up here. I can just throw this in my downloads. And then I come into here, localization updater. And to make sure I'm selecting the one that has .kt localization at the end of it, I probably want to get rid of localization, the other manager at some point. And click update from file. That opens up a browser window on the other side though. Go to downloads, even though I should actually be sending this to documents. Grab this. And that should update our localization to where now we have the campaign informations. Cool. Campaign settings. So, for security easy, search up easy, difficulty easy. And then I search up difficulty easy description. Normal. Difficulty normal. Description. Difficulty normal description. This is going to take a while. This is for hard. Hard description. It did name it difficulty unfair. I feel like it should have been nightmare on the thingy. Right. Here I actually do want to actually put episode 1 first. Even though I am going to be renaming this. Internal display name is no longer going to be episode 1. Instead, it is going to be vertical slice prototype. So campaign, vertical slice level. Vertical slice level description goes there. And campaign debug level. Campaign debug level description. And save. So now, that is the wrong menu for that to have shown up. I might need to make sure that's set up properly. Oh well. I forgot to set that up. Hang on. Turn on the campaign select menu. This guy, the text needs to be... I'm gonna set up all this, I think. UI text localizer. Using this text. UI text localizer there. Okay. Probably also forgot to do so on the difficulty select as well. I don't need to do that. UI text localizer. Slot in this. On you. Slot in this. Save. Now it should be fixed. There we go. So now it says original first prototype level initially designed for the Game Jam version of the game. Click on this. And yeah, actually, so the text does not clear itself. I did not realize that that description did that. Huh. And yeah, there's also, I'm getting an error every time I select one of these because it's still set to Spanish. But I don't have Spanish strings for these, obviously. Alright, cool. Neato. I do have new game, save game, load game, quit game, options menu. I can start actually setting those up if I wanted to. Alright, just go ahead and slap in a UI text localizer. Drag the text in, and then user interface menus, new game. And I just do that with all of the buttons here. And because of the way that UI text localizer is set up, default fallback text will actually just set itself from here. Cool. And quit button. Oh man, the quit prompt is gonna need to be localized. I need to add all of those. I need to add all of those to the localization. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, I sure do. All of those unique prompts. Well, quote unquote unique. All those gotta be added. Yup. Funny dialogue. Are you sure you want to quit the game? And there's all of these. Yup. Mm-hmm. Man, localizing this game, like, setting up the localization system is gonna be fun. Actually localizing it is gonna be a different type of fun. Now, cancel should probably be its own user interface. I can't make it part of menus. Generic cancel. I can also add the same thing to that. Once again, I can very quickly Let me see if I can get this to, I don't know if I can get the file save dialog to stay on my left side or not. I can replace the zip file. And then re-import it. So I'm very glad that this system worked out, Olivia, by the way. Check this out. So I just click on that, and now we've added generic cancel just like that. That's going to be the workflow for updating the localization from now on. It is very smooth. I love this. This is way fucking better than the bullshit that Unity wants me to do. It's occurred to me that I do need to kind of... Sometimes I start saying things in a tone that makes it sound like I am angry at somebody, when I'm actually kind of like celebrating something nice, or I'm joking around. I do need to kind of keep an eye on that. I do need to kind of work on that. But yeah, it's a fun workflow that I can just kind of waggle it around like that. Yeah. It's not terrible. I'm actually curious. I wonder... So unfortunately, this is actually stored within the scene file, so this is going to be a nightmare to look for. But I'm just going to open the scene file, search Toaster Crash, and I might be able to find it. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to go to Scenes, main menu.unity, edit with notepad. The quit dialogues. Here it is. So I have a theory. What if I copy this? Oh, you know what? It's gonna copy the. It's gonna paste them as new lines in one entry, possibly, or maybe it won't. Let's see. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 entries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What if I select all of these? Damn it! It didn't work. It just copy and pasted the same thing in all of them. Fuck. I would have to export the CSV and then re-import the CSV to fix that. Or to do that in a smart way. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to copy that one line at a time. And you know what? It would take me a lot faster if I wasn't sitting there and enunciating how annoying this is going to be. So I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna try and rapid fire each of these in there. Well, the very first one is, yeah, it's yet another quit prompt to the randomized message. I'll go ahead and read them out as I'm putting them in there, just because, you know, they're interesting. Yeah, it's yet another quit prompt with a randomized message. There's, did Scott finally start caring? There's, are you sure this dialogue isn't even remotely fair? There's, trust me, there's no jump scares in this game. Sort of. There is, don't quit now, you almost got to the cow room. There's, are you sure you want to play Toaster Crash? There's look now. There's a classic Doom prompt. Look, bud, you leave now, you forfeit your body count. There's trust me, classic Titanfall reference. There's pilot. My analysis indicates a throw is our only option, which is also a Titanfall reference. He always comes back, which is a Five Nights at Freddy's reference. Then there is I don't blame you for wanting to quit this shitty game, which is, I think, possibly a Doom reference from, again, the same list of randomized prompts. Similarly, I'd leave, the full version is just more monsters and levels, is also straight from the original Doom. Which is a joke, because, you know, original Doom is shareware, where, like, you got the first episode or whatever, and then you have to, like, buy the additional episodes kind of deal. And, yeah, that was kind of a self-deprecating joke. Alright. And now we gotta name all of them. Hang on. Actually, I'm gonna paste this. There we go. Got a little bit of a assembly line going. Good boy. All of these. User interface. Great. There we go. And drag vertically. There. Quit dialogues done. I'm actually also going to fill in context. Context gets dismissed or discarded when importing, and it's entirely just for localizer CSV reference. I'm going to write this into the quit dialog 1 context, and for the rest of them, I'm just going to see quit dialog 1 and copy that. Oops. To the others. Cool. And if the localizer, the likely commissioned localizer gets the reference, they get the reference. And if they don't get the reference, they can translate it however the fuck they want. I'm actually just going to call this web game instead of flash game, because it's actually technically inaccurate to call it a flash game, even though, like, that is kind of the vibe that it goes for sure. So they don't necessarily have to do this, but I'm going to put this in there, where the pilot, my analysis indicates a throw is our only option. So on the surface, that is mostly just there as a Titanfall reference, but also technically speaking, throw has the double meaning, in gaming culture of, intentionally losing, and that's funny to put on a quit message. So if the translator can tweak it such that it preserves the pun, good on them, but they don't need to. And that's what I'm trying to write into this context. Reference to Titanfall, although if you can tweak it to fit the double meaning of throw being to intentionally throw, or to intentionally lose. Yeah, no, that's it. That's already on the CSV. The code is set up such that this center column I have gets ignored, essentially, once it's imported. And again, it doesn't even show up in the data files because the way it's represented in the data files is by the scriptable objects that it creates after importing. The CSV is the import file, and then the end result is the scriptable objects that are, converted into assets, basically. And he always comes back, reference to Five Nights at Freddy's. Prompt is taken directly from Doom. And same with this one. Prompt is taken directly from... Although it may actually be like an extension or expansion that these are from, but I think they're actually in original Doom. They might even be like Doom 2 specifically. But whatever. Sinuses are also being blech today. Not oppressively, but I've had to kind of wipe my nose with the napkin every now and then. It's cool that I can put like the explanation for the this is using a dialogue essentially asking, are you sure you wish to game with a randomized message every time? I can put that specifically on this first one because this first one is literally saying that. Yeah, it's yet another quit prompt with a randomized message. So it actually kind of works out pretty well. Yeah, that's what this center column is that it is the context column. And it does get put in the CSV, but again, it is discarded when importing, so... It is pretty much exclusively for contractor reference. So... and that's about it so far. Yeah, oh boy. These all gotta be changed to that. But it'll be worth it. In the end, it will be worth it. So in order to get that actually working, I just need to open up quit dialog. And this will, instead of being quit prompt strings, it will be... or at least instead of strings, this will be an array of... I'm gonna need first using Kbity uniform localization, an array of localization entries, and then a UI text localizer. And then here, instead of prompt label the text, instead just do set localization entry. Oops, did I mean to duplicate? I just wanted to save. Alright, I am gonna need to make sure that this gets exported first. Let's see if my moving it over helps. Oh, it does work. Okay, cool. So now it does actually show up over here consistently. So I'd like to replace it. Once again, workflow for that. I come over here. I am unblurred, yeah. Localization updater. Check you. Update from file. And even though, once again, even though Notion.so actually gives me a zip file, and it's supposed to be like a zip file that also contains like, you know, the images or whatever, and then also then it's going to have like, you know, a CSV for the current view and a CSV for all views, or for all values. This is going to accept the zip and then pull the CSV out of the zip and use that specifically. So, fun stuff. So now, I'm actually going to do 0 on this, on the quit prompt strings. I'm going to lock this inspector. I'm gonna pull this up. So this is this. Later, this is going to be a lot more annoying to navigate because there's going to be so many more of these. But for now, I can go ahead and do this. And, you know, in the future, what I could do is just, you know, yeah, I can still search this, and it'll still search things that are inside of that object. shift, click, there we go. It's being a little weird with shift clicking. There we go. All in order. And I can clear that out now. And now I'm back up here. Now I can do, so now there's the UI text localizer. For that, I need to actually unlock the inspector. UI text localizer. God, I need to not be scrolling this down when I do that. So do that. And slot you in there. Quit button. You add another UI text localizer. Slide you in there. Type quit. On user interface menus, quit game. And the cancel button, we do the same thing. This is the way we localize the things. Okay. The next thing I do actually want to set up is we're going to go over to the localization importer, because I actually want to add settings to this. I have to actually remember how to do that. I have to actually remember how to do that again. I'm probably going to need to go over to packages again. Go input system. Editor. Where's asset importer? Input action importer. Comment this line out temporarily, because otherwise the syntax highlighting being absent sucks. I think there is actually, yeah, okay, so it's part of the scripted importer, just serialize field. Don't save. Basically, I want to set something up to make it so that supported languages are handled here. Serialize field, private array of languages. Languages. By default, we want this to be just actually I can do language, fallback language. And then on import asset, when we create our root object, this localization manager, which I guess we can do it up here. Nope. Asset.supported languages. Oh, it's a list. Why did I make it a list? Should be an array, honestly. Is there a reason I made it a list and not an array? I feel like it should be an array. Any reason to have this as a list? Because it doesn't need to be modified runtime. I just need to make sure we don't want to copy this array. With a length of supported languages length. Actually, duplicate this line real quick. Dot copy. Oh, I guess I have to do it the other way around, where I do supported languages, copy to, asset, supported languages, index, 0. Boom. Alright. I think that's all I need for that. And so now that way, we can go up to, back to data, or have our localization main, and I can actually specifically add en and then es, apply, and so now es is listed as one of the square languages in the localization manager scriptable object. Got all of these entries. Cool. That's actually 3 hours of work now. Julio. You know what I should do? Time to add a new column. It is text column named !P. It's motherfucking pirate language time. I create a new view real quick. Table. To make things a little bit easier on us. We name this to figure pirate properties. And we hide everything that is an EN and ! P. So !P isn't exactly a whatchamacallit.
Headpads incoming.
I gotta have that. There's an yummy. Yeah. You've had that yummy. Yummy at home, made me die forever. Meow. I try and resurrect the yummy. Should actually just copy over the sorts. Category and subcategory need to be sorted. Sort. Category. Add sort. Subcategory. It's ascending on both. Actually, need to make sure that these are committed. Save for everyone. Make sure that these sorts are saved for everyone. There we go. Meow, meow, meow. Chew on the yummy. I'm gonna go ahead and add some pirata options. I'm going to try and pirata all of the quit dialogues. It be another them quit forms quit what would be pirate version of randomized? Also, thank you for lurking at me. I'm chewing on you whilst you are lurking. I'll go with shuffled. That's like approaching card games, I think. Actually, we'll go Captain Cawthon for Scott. given rats arse. You sure, matey? This here form ain't even close to reasonable. Trust in me, matey. There be no jumping scares in this here game. It's a game. Yarrrrgh. Kinda. Done ye be quittin' on me now, boy? Where we be close to the Cow Island. It was Cow Room, the Cow Island. You sure ye wanna be playing Toaster Crash? I'm just gonna have them say Toaster Crash, untranslated. I feel like there's a better piratey way of saying look bud, other than look matey, but whatever. You better can't be perfect. Yarrrrgh. Trust me, matey. Captain. Me good eye. Makes me think a throw be our best bet. Actually, let's go a toss. And he always comes back. Let's go with he always returns from Davy Jones' locker. Feels less piratey, but it's close enough. Blame ye for wanting to quit. This rubbish. Sometimes this just tweaks into, like, Australian British rather than pirate, but it's close enough. Game. What would be like a piratey way of saying departed? Because there's like you know, I'd leave like I'd depart, I'd sail, I'd sail. I'd sail. Full installment. Merely. It's a good piratey. I'm thinking, like, for, like, monsters is something a pirate would say, but I want to go with, like enemies. And, like, what would that be with, like, pirates? Like, like, how did they refer to other pirates again? I could actually just go with, like, bilge rats. And... I want to say stock rooms for some reason for levels. I also kind of want to say, like, what would be another, like... Because I kind of want to say something, like, ship-related. I don't want to say, like, ships. More ships. I'm going to go with, like... Also, I say galleons. Oh, there's just, like, stock rooms. Or even, like, let's actually go with cargo holds. And, the original is what load. I'm actually just gonna go load a shite. If you ask me. There we go. For a lot of these, I can just have it default to English. What's, like, another, like, piratey word for security? Like, what they would be calling the brass and all of that. I don't know. He's good enough, though. Actually, yeah, because I kind of do want to do that for, like, difficulty descriptions. I'm noticing here that load game and save game are just load and save here. That might change how the thing here looks, but oh well. I should go with like scallywags or swashbucklers. No. I'll go with health. Oh, this isn't that column. There we go. Should have been wrapped because of these, but then again, it might also just be because these are already wrapped. What would be like ye old security? I mean, like Navy, I guess, or could just be Knight. Mercenaries obviously sellsword. Professional. We'll go with Captain. And for Nightmare Unfair. Like Stormin? I hate code. Why did I become a programmer? I hope the code becomes easier for you. There's also a Domino's that I missed the Morgie of. Hi, Dom. Sorry I missed the Morgie. I'm trying to like wrap up here. I've gotten things done. I wrote lines of code. Code has been written, and that's great. You've arrived. Sitting your purple Domino's. Sorry I missed you. What's the pirate posting about? It's kind of testing the localization system. I didn't feel like having to, because the game has like a randomized quit message every time you try and click the quit dialogue. So I wanted to add something, but like I didn't feel like translating all of these into Spanish. So I just started pirate posting. I just started pirate posting, and I've just continued to doing this because, you know, having a alternate locale for pirate speak is always kind of funny. I think there's several games that do that, and I wanted to do that for this game potentially. Based, yeah. I think Minecraft has done it. There's at least one other game that I can kind of remember having a pirate speak translation. I can't quite remember. But I think Minecraft is the one that comes to mind, I want to say. We'll go stronger. Challenging scallywags. Half extra health for their captains. Trying to pirate speak debug sucks. I may leave that untouched, but then change the description of it. But then for vertical slice arcadeplex, I'm gonna go with like example type plundering of big game room. That might not even fit on the fucking button, but I'm gonna go with it. And sandbox/zoo type level for testing many gameplay elements. Because I don't really think they had like a concept of sandbox back then. Blank spit land. With a bunch stuff. Let's go with a bunch of stuff for testing all the stuff which you'll see the game. I was gonna do like blank spit of land with things for testing all the stuff which you'll see in the game. That once again might not even fit in there. Original first prototype level, initially designed for the Game Jam version of the game. For that, I want to do the legacy of the first watch cruising through actually I'll go like let's see the first watch. Cruising through a game room. Once commissioned for a short like operation or let's actually go with like limited. Game operation. Actually go with limited game challenge. There. For episode 1, remember about mascots. Tale 1. Go with actually Murderatrons. A Murderatron. Or go with like Murderaton. Like automaton. You really have like mascots back then. I might even go with, like, animal, automaton. Automatons? I don't know. And I think this is just like me taking a break, honestly. I know I'm at here pirate posting. But yeah, I'm kind of just like I did my work for the week, and as long as I can get a little bit of work done in the week, that is better than I was last week, and that's always good. It's all about just like getting me back into, you know, momentum after I just died last week. It was like seek out. Understanding of you know, the scourge. That's a pretty good piratey word. Them murdering. That was another remake, right? Haunted, murdering, mechanical animals. And put a stop to at the we'll go source. Yeah, this has been fun. It's kind of fun. I still can't get anything for like the interact prompts though. So I'm trying to think of like, you know, for security. I'm trying to think of like what kind of security they had back then. Like, because earlier, so like there's the difficulty security, and I actually ended up just translating that to night. Because like that's the closest parallel I can think of as in terms of like, you know, people kind of just going around in like civil areas and trying to keep peace or whatever. That's like the closest I can think of is knights. Like, who would be fighting off pirates that are like, you know, good guy aspected? Also, I'm actually gonna go ahead and start translating quit to sail off. Load being something I was thinking Navy related, but it doesn't quite work. Especially because like we are also thinking like, you know, in this case the security is specifically in terms of, you know, security for the facility. Because like security is also supposed to be playing into, you know, Five Nights at Freddy's. Mike Schmidt is security. But like I can't think of like how that would be referred to. I guess also guard works. Actually, guard works. I'm actually gonna be requiring guard. A guard's key. And for rescind lockdown, we go like call off lockup. And so, like, obviously, like, Jack Schmidt isn't a pirate game. And I could also just make it such that, like, obviously when you walk up to a button, you're going to be pressing a button. but I think I could also just translate the press button prompt to just be like pull lever, even though there are no levers. I mean, it could be potentially levers, but like just having it be pull lever would be funny. For locked, I can't necessarily make that super jazzy. I think you can just leave it as locked. Like, close and open door, those are difficult. Because I think that's just what they would say. But for door locked or jammed, I can't actually just, like, make it a sentence instead. The door be stuck. Door stuck. Door stuck. I'm gonna smash glass and smash based. The loads, remember, save is with log options. I might just leave options as is at the moment. And also resume. Could change cancel to never ye mind. Even though it probably won't even fit into like half the situations in which cancel is supposed to be a button. But whatever. Yeah, what else we need to be adding? We do actually need to be adding stuff for actual gameplay things. I think it's fun to just like mess around with localization stuff. Why is the camera... Why is the camera tilted? Camera's definitely tilted. Why is it tilted? There we go. Now the camera is not tilted. That was really bugging me. Yeah, so for example, I still want to add a new thing. It's technically user interface, but also I guess actually, yeah, it'll be a user interface. Actually, I'll go with HUD. I'm gonna do weapon names. But actually, yeah, instead of HD, let's actually just do weapon names. Match box. Match Box 9mm SMG. That is the full name of it, right? Prefab. Weapons. Yeah, Matchbox 9mm SMG. With, compact, multi-flintlock. User interface, weapon names, broadsword, and bowl. I should actually add some more stuff into context, because otherwise they might kind of mistake what this is supposed to be. Name of a weapon. Submachine gun. A compact submachine gun / machine pistol type. Name of a weapon. Semi-automatic shotgun. Magazine fed shotgun. Broadsword. Well, semi is the default name of it. And we're gonna go with Auto Blunderbuss. Oh, I can't like fill multiple columns at once. What would be up next? I mean, third gun you get in the game is the bazooka, but that's actually not fully set up yet. Rocket, on, sure, full. This is probably actually very boring. I probably should actually just like... I'm actually close to hard cutoff time, so this actually is probably a good stopping point, honestly. I do want to specify name pending change because I still need to kind of finish the new identity for that. Go with flying bomb cannon. I'm gonna get the rest of the weapon names just because funny. Weapon names. So let's go with single take name full. Name of a weapon. A single barreled break action shotgun with Electromagnetic acceleration systems. CAS 12 single take. Thunder blunderbuss. Actually, let's go with like light min blunderbuss. And then there's, of course, the chain gun name full. Name of the weapon. Heavy machine gun with internally motorized bolt, not minigun. High fire rate. And is supposed to be a mounted weapon. So let's go with the semicolon here. It's supposed to be a mounted weapon. So, player character wields it very nonchalantly. Name pending change. Eventually, I'm going to have a proper name for it. For now, it's just chain gun. Actually, gonna go with 7.62mm chain gun. The thing is that, like, it really loses the impact if I wrote here, rotary cannon, but, like, that would be the equivalent in terms of a pirate world, unfortunately. Potentially go with, like, motor musket? Or go with auto musket, honestly. Yeah, go with auto musket. Yeah, there's our weapon names. Cool. Funny. So I'll go ahead and export that. Do one more little demonstration of the workflow we have here. So I'm just replacing a previously saved zip file. And then go Kbity uniform, localization updater. Localization main, update from file. I selected that zip file I just saved. And now, if I go to data... Oh, come on. I go to our localizations. I should now find there's now an !P language that has the pirate speak stuff. And I could potentially add that as a supported language, !P. Now, in full release, I would actually remove it from supported languages to make it a secret language that you would have to edit the configuration file to find, but still make it a valid thing and valid entry in the configuration file. Because that would be funny. In fact, I can demonstrate this. I simply need to go to my app data folder, local low, Kbity channel, Jack Schmidt murder mascots, config.json. Here, language ES, I can change that to !P. Save. And now, this is where the fun begins. Not everything has been actually set up properly. In fact, these actually didn't change over. Interesting. Why did these not change over? Because these are... So, like, the descriptions have changed over, and that's because they are dynamically being read from it. Why do those not work? I mean, I added UI text localizers too. These should be running as soon as... So, yeah, we have to change language to !P. Which should invoke this. The on-localization changed. Although, let me see what the trace looks like again on this. It's done in Game Settings Manager Start. Oh, you know what? You know what? I can fix this. It's a race condition issue. And I need to fix this the proper way. Proper way, I don't know if there's a... Script execution order. This is default time. I need to add... Oh my goodness, this is unmanageable. Why? Why'd they do it like this? It's gonna be in Game Settings Manager. Which... That's Kbity uniform, base Kbity uniform, so probably up here, and then I wrapped around. Never mind, it's not up there. Game Settings Manager, there it is. Right, it's after F. This needs to be... -5. Apply. That should now fix it. Keyword should. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't, because that means that UI text localizer doesn't run in time to do the subscription to the event. I might need like a late update start on that, potentially. As it stands, that is running from game settings. Now, granted, actually part of this is that it should be the normal situation in which we get to this main menu screen. We should be going through a different scene that loads the settings and then shows logos because we're loading the game. And in that case, this would actually handle itself. However, I'm just gonna need to kind of set this up ahead of time. I'm gonna do this the lazy way. Actually, you know what? So it's still start. It's still in start. You know what we should do? It should just be awake. We need to go find the UI localizers. UI text localizer. Oh, I see. Hang on. Oh. It's 'cause... Oh. Right. They might not actually be doing that at all then. Well, actually, you know what? We can fix this. I'm gonna go with a virtual void awake. And this is going to be private. Actually, it should also be protected virtual void awake. Should be override, actually. We do base.awake. We actually do base.awake or after we grab our default fallback text. Because we do localize will be set text directly, try get text with default fallback text. We want to make sure default fallback text is set before. Cool. Alright, there. Actually, I will need to make sure that I do the same thing on the text mesh localizer. There. That should fix that. Now it should get pirate text. Hey! We got the new journey. Sail off. I can't blame you for wanting to quit this rubbish game. Never ye mind or sail off. Cool. It works now. It actually just wraps in the button. Perfect. Example type plundering out of a big game room. Legacy of the first swaps cruising through a game room. Once commissioned for a limited game challenge. A Devo test level, blank spit a land with things for testing all the stuff which you'll see in the game. And then Knight, Sellsword, Captain, and Stormin. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so fucking good. That's so gosh darn good. That's funny. cough and finally get round to giving her that sauce. Never ye mind. Yarrrrgh, trust me, matey. Never ye mind. You sure, matey? This air form ain't even close to reasonable. Never ye mind. That's good. Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. That was so worth it. That was so worth going overtime by 10 minutes. Yikes. Let's wrap up. Let's wrap up. Go to my chatting scene. Go to my chatting scene. Okay. And I have a feeling Amy might be around to do plugs, so let Amy do the plugs. Let me actually make sure I hit my stop raids button. I don't know if I missed anything else over on the YouTube, but everything seems quiet over there. But yeah, that was funny. We gotta do like a raid message that is piratified. Hang on, let me pick one of my favorites. Let me pick one of my favorites from the quit dialogues. I'm stuck between... Okay, so... I'm stuck between yarrrrgh, it be another one of them quit forms with a shuffled phrase, and, I'd sail full installments, merely more bilge rats and cargo holds. Which actually, I want to change that one. Instead of full installments, let's go with full tail. Actually, I'm gonna, like, rest the tail is merely more bilge rats and cargo holds. Actually, instead of cargo holds, I'm just gonna go with islands. No, treasure maps! Just go with more bilge rats and treasure maps. Load of shite, if you ask me. Yeah, I think yarrrrgh would be another of them quit forms with a shuffled phrase. I think that one's gonna be the raid message. Oops. And it's gonna be toasters. Paste. Yeah, that's gonna be our raid message for today. I'll go over that when I actually go to my damn checklist. For those of you who are new to the stream, for those who tuned in today's stream, thank you very much for tuning in. Whether you are lurking or actively participating, I appreciate you either way. For those of you who are new to the stream, Standard Green Protocol. I am Kton. I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber. So when we're not messing around with the localization, we're usually actually trying to get work on game dev for Jack Schmidt, Murder About Mascots, a movement shooter type game that is also a parody of mascot horror games. You get to run around and shoot animatronics, styled kind of after, legally distinct Five Nights at Freddy's characters. If you're interested in that kind of project, definitely drop a follow if you haven't already. Or a subscribe if you're on YouTube. But also, you probably want to go follow me on Twitch instead. If you're already following me, make sure to turn on your notifications, because if you show up to stream multiple times in a row on Twitch, not only do you get bonus channel points for use all the cool scripted channel point reviews I have here, you also get bonus XP through the Rapport program, which is a stream XP system that I have integrated with the Twitch side. You get some cool perks for leveling up all the way, and Emmy hasn't came back with the plugs. Hang on, I'm going to poke Emmy. I don't know what Amy doing, if Amy doing anything. Amy dropped in, said Amy die forever, and then lurk. I don't know if Amy was truly die forever, or if Amy just playing something. Hopefully it was something fun. So I might just do plugs command. Amy last seen 37 minutes ago. I'm gonna go ahead and do plugs. Might be Amy Nap, could be Amy Nap. Amy Nap is pretty likely. So I'll do plugs command. Alright. As I was saying, XP system. For more information about it, check out the Google document link that's been linked in chat, in the Twitch chat. Also, while you're there, don't forget to join the Discord community, where not only do I post when my streams go live, but I also share progress made on projects off stream. Also, we can download the latest version of Toaster Crash, the Flash game inspired game based on my channel, that is also horribly outdated. And at some point, I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm doing about that. Oh, I'm alive, I have a shower. Oh. Meow. Sorry, I hid the plugs. Where was I at? Right, I did the Discord. Also, I do a lot of that on Tumblr as well. You can follow me there to also get the updates and stuff. If you're supporting me monetarily, the best way to do so is to tip me on the Ko-fi, which will also get you bonus access to the prototype versions of Jack Schmidt that I was releasing regularly, and I've slowed down on that recently. But you can play around with it and tell me whether or not the movement sucks ass. I'm hoping it doesn't. That's self-deprecating. Yeah, I really appreciate it, especially because Twitch is raising their prices for subscriptions, and I don't have monetization on YouTube yet. So those will actually be the best way to support me. That being said, weekly schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So, next stream will be Saturday. We'll be playing the Minecraft, the Brown Bricks, specifically our Cackerelcraft modded SMP server. Focused mostly around the Create mod, as well as various add-ons for the Create mod. With some content things, it's mostly focused around building and creating a fun little community and the little transit project that I've been working on. Outside of that, that should be... Oh yeah, further scheduling. Monday, Deep Rock Galactic, hopefully. Whether or not it'll be a reattempt at... Whether or not it'll be a reattempt at the Nethier collab is another question. There's a good chance that it might not be. I'll try and do that the week after, potentially. We'll see how things go. But it might just be me and Olive and Code, potentially, and possibly also Dom. Might try and drag Dom in on that. I was originally going to be pivoting to it today, but then I ended up, getting involved in things and pirate posting all over my localization files, because that's funny. Yeah, and then I want next Wednesday to be the next game development day, and then I might end up making Thursday another gaming day. What game it's gonna be, we'll find out. So again, I did say that I want to kind of tone down on game dev streams temporarily, whilst I'm still kind of in the holding pattern of summer and trying to de-stress myself. I know. Good luck with that to me. That should be it. Raid message, shooter raid. I did establish raid message is going to be the yarrrrgh. It'd be another one of them quit forms with a shuffled phrase. The piratified version of the quit message saying, yeah, it's another quit prompt with a randomized message. And who are we going to be dropping in on? Let's find out. I mean, I should be using Raid Browser in here. Even though I don't like this covering up the only reliable Twitch chat dialogue I have. But it's whatever. Not looking too great. My raid lineup does not look great. There is ear end, I guess. It took me a while to find ear end, apparently, because ear end is actually way up there. So I think we drop in on ear end. That seems like the most functional option. So I forgot to mute tab. Oh, that's fine. It was actually muted, but whatever. Alright. You'll know the drill. You can use channel points to unlock that emote, and it's very affordable here. But if you don't have the channel points, we have a free default version of the raid message there. And yeah, we're gonna raid Erend. So, with that being said, if I can remember what I'm doing here. Ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. Hope to see you guys next time I'm on. Till then, this is Kbity, over and out.